charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case.
Dahil mihi ang commentary. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Good morning, welcome. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Trying to get my desk height just right. Maybe a focus would be good. There we go. Looking good. Good morning to one and all. Good morning especially to Woody. Congratulations. Good morning, Woody. You were the first in chat this morning. And as such, we're going to punish you. Breaking the stillness, the silence of the morning in the chat room. Yes, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership. Congratulations, you now own the internet. At least the problems that belong to it, they're now yours. And they're yours to fix. So if you could get on that right away, that would be great for all of us. And maybe you'll learn your lesson. So congratulations, Woody. First in chat. Somebody had to do it, Woody, and just today it was you. So I don't feel bad. It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. We just, somebody has to do it, and you're the guy. All right. Yes, as Lois says, nice puppy. Very nice profile picture. All right. Good morning, Scott. Well, what excitement are we in for today? Says Eileen. Well, a lot. It is, there's a ton of things going on. First of all, I woke up and I thought, yesterday was Tuesday. We had Jen McCabe on the stand. Today,
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. I got, let's just say mixed reviews on that one. Mixed reviews. It is hump day. That hurt. Today's hump day. Hold your ears. Yes. Today, I think we're going to see, it will be the same person on the stand. You're still under oath, that sort of thing. But I think we're going to see a different Jen McCabe today. That's my call. I don't know why I'm crying over that hump day yell. It was everything. I gave it everything. I poured my soul into that one. And I think I did some damage to my vocal cords. If this is the first time here, I'm sorry. I apologize. We do that every Wednesday morning. Just know next time to tune in late. So that's how it goes. Good morning. It's going to be an interesting day. I remember the first trial and listening to Jen McCabe testify. And I said it then, and I'll say it now. I thought yesterday the first trial on direct, she did pretty well. But on cross, everything fell apart. And I think she may. I know a lot of people have commented on. She may have done some things to try to improve her image and how she comes across to the jury. This time. But I don't think you can change just like your nature when you're cornered and under attack. And that's coming today. She has to know it's coming today. AJ has got her in his sights, and he's going to push. And so I think we're going to see a different side of Jen McCabe today. And she hates this because from her, look at this from her perspective. Her perspective, she has nothing to do with this. This is completely wrong, and she's been attacked and vilified. So she's going to get angry. And from AJ's perspective, different perspective, he's going to push and he's going to ask some questions, and some of the questions are not going to make her look very good. So I'm here for it. Lois Cox sent 10 Recovery Addict gift memberships. Lois, thank you so much for kicking off the morning in style, getting people in green. Greenus says, for the hump day hernia treatment, thank you very much. I'll add that to the bill. Megan Durham, good morning, Scott. You have a package here. P.O. Box. Oh, it's for you and Mrs. Ari. I will go and check. I have not been yet this week. I'm pretty sure I have not been this week. I'm positive I haven't. That's not all that happened early this morning. Kelly H. gifted a membership as well. Rebecca Maystone, member for 6 months, says, I got my yellow courthouse. We love this channel and this community. Rebecca, congratulations. That courthouse looked great on you. Thank you for 6 months of support. It wouldn't have been the same without you here. Thank you. Welcome, one and all. We have some birthdays to celebrate before we begin anything else, and then we have a few minutes before court begins, so we can talk about yesterday if you missed it. Or what a great job Sloth Life is doing, pinning all the pertinent times or posting messages with all the pertinent times on all our previous videos. So you can do a quick scan and say, oh, I want to jump to this on that video, and you'll see it. Sloth Life, thank you very much for that. That is amazing. And I'm trying to pin them. I'm trying to find them all and pin them. Well, I have to rewind just a little bit, but I've got to say it's probably not worth it. Let's see. Still comes off as not genuine. That Amber Heard looking at the jury is uncomfortable. Tried to cry 3 times, not a single tear yet. It did seem like she wanted an emotional moment, and it didn't quite hit. It didn't come across as, my dog stepped on a pee. It wasn't that bad, but it did. It from the right perspective, it came across as I'm not going to get emotional. I think that a juror could look at that and say she doesn't want to get emotional and didn't. Like she came close and stopped. That's also another way to look at it. To be fair, we'll see how that goes going forward, though. Holly Mack from Canada, member for 21 months. OG. I'm getting closer to New Color Courthouse. Thanks for a wonderful 21 months. Holly, thank you. Oh, Canada. You guys are wonderful. You really are. I say that about Canadians, and I say that knowing full well that that Ian feels. I'm sorry, I need to play this soundbite. I think it's this one right here.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
I was watching Ian last night. Loved it. I just popped in a little comment and everything, but. Love Canada and love Canadians, and that's why that comment is so funny. Runkle of the Baileys, who we're talking about with Ian. Let's see. He had a great breakdown of everything that happened yesterday. Let's see. Wish we had a jury watcher in there for us. Oh man, this is the one trial that it's hard to get in. I saw some posts about this even on Reddit overnight. Yes, I read Reddit occasionally, just to see. I like to keep tabs on what's happening and someone's like, how easy is it to get into the trial? This is a tougher one. Because you've got a lot of family members who want to participate. You've got just a ton of people that want to be there, and it's a tiny courthouse. You got a ton of media, tiny courthouse, a lot of family on both sides. There's not many available seats to choose from, so you almost have to know somebody to make that happen. So court watchers on this one are few and far between, and usually they're connected. Honestly, they're connected with somebody. Let's see. Teresa, this is a proud moment for me. Are you proud of me? I got a cable delivered today, just HDMI, but still, hey, HDMI is a great start. It's a great start. I have many HDMI cables. Probably about 10 or so that I'm using right now, and then about 30 that are spares. So, of various lengths, but that's wonderful. HDMI is a gateway cable. It is. Pretty soon you'll be ordering Ethernet cables, matching Ethernet cables, higher speed cables. You might even go to SDI. Start getting some converters, and yeah, it's a tough road once you become addicted to cables like I am. Okay, the throat seems to be making a recovery from the from the Hump Day Yell this morning, which is good because we have to do it again next week. Heather Lay says, it's really a small courtroom. They are packed in there. Packed in there. I had my X-ray pine nut salad and oxy, so I'm good to go. Oh, wow. You might enjoy court more than the rest of us, Lizzie. Sorry, it sounds like you're not doing well. Hopefully you get on the mend soon. I mean, oxy's great, but not for the long term. Buttercup is here as well as Rebecca. Thank you very much. Love that. One moment, please. Josh is doing the birthdays today. Oh, sounds good. Sounds good. We've got time this morning. I've got to say, I went out last night because Mrs. R.A. and the kids have been just doing all sorts of spring cleaning around the house. I mean, like, really impressive spring cleaning. And I have not. And so she's like, hey, maybe, in the nice way she does, maybe you could do this. She volunteers. And we have a flower garden that we not so affectionately call the mound. The mound. Which is the bane of our existence. And the mound used to be a tree. It used to be like a massive, I don't know what it was, a big tree that was, several feet around. And I think it fell in a hurricane many years before, or a few years before we bought the house. And they chopped it off and left the stump. So I think they refer to it as the stump. And then before we bought the house, somebody thought the stump would look better as the mound. And so they brought in some dirt, or sand as they do here. They brought in some soil and covered the stump with the soil. And then right in the center, they drilled a hole in the center of the tree and planted an evergreen, like a little fir juniper bush. I don't know what it is. I don't know my trees very well. They planted that. And then they planted flowers around it. And when we first got here, it was probably one of the prettiest parts of the yard. No joke. It was beautiful. There were flowers in there. It was watered. It was like, oh, that is beautiful. It was clearly done by somebody who had some landscaping skill. Since then, it has become a pain in my butt to try to keep the dirt on the mound and not in the driveway because every time it rains, it just wants to level everything out. And to try to keep weeds off the mound and flowers in the mound, we have managed to successfully get 4 perennials. Those are the ones that come back every year, right? 4 perennials, and it's like those little long leaf, sort of green and white. I don't think they bloom. They might bloom. I don't know. But we've got 4 of those growing in strategically around this juniper bush. And meanwhile, inside the mound, the tree is dissolving. Like it's been eaten away by ants who took up residency in that. Fire ants, of course, because that's what we have here. And so every time you go to work on the mound, you get attacked by the fire ants. And now the tree stump is collapsing, which means the mound is sort of like misshapen. Yesterday, I went out there and I put preen. I laid down a layer of that black cloth stuff with staples, ground staples, which it pained my soul to stick metal in the ground. As a metal detectorist, I'm like, this is just wrong to stick metal in the ground purposefully. What if somebody wants to metal detect here sometime? Anyway, that's what I did yesterday. And in the midst of that, I got bit behind this ear by some little bug. I don't know what it was. It might have been a fire ant. This ear is like, it kills. It kills. Anyway, I'm not sure why I was telling you that story, but that's what I did last night. Did a little bit of work around the house. And now the mound should not have any weeds. All right, we have birthdays to celebrate here. I think I was stalling for the birthdays is what it was. Let's see. Birthdays, it looks like we have Paisley and Taylor Alina, who have hostas plants is what you're thinking. That sounds about right, Donald King. I pulled up some big weeds. I mean, I think they were called African lilies. But holy cow, they were volunteers, and they were there was one big one, and there was a couple shoots over there. Yanked those up. It was bad. Nature is dangerous. This is why I don't recommend going outside, just as a general rule. It's better to stay inside, watch Trial with us all day. You'll be fine. We have birthdays to celebrate here. Looks like, let's see, Cherry and Max have a birthday. Is it Cherry or Max? has a 68th birthday today as well. We've got one more to add. Or is it Cherry and Max is one person? Cherry. It's Cherry. So we're going to add Cherry. So Paisley, Taylor, Alina, and Cherry celebrating their birthdays today. So we're going to sing with them. All of us are. So, if you are here, you are part of us. You're going to sing with us. So don't think that just because you're here for the first time and it's like, oh, this is a weird start to a trial, I'll just watch and see what happens. Nope. That's not how it works. When I say everybody stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the room, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. We're going to sing happy birthday to Paisley, Cherry, and Taylor, Alina. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Paisley, Cherry, Ontario, Taylor, Alina. Happy birthday to you. Taylor, for some reason I stumbled over your name. I got it right there in the end, though. Paisley, Cherry, and Taylor, Alina. Happy birthday. I realize there are many special days. This day is your special day. There are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we're going to turn some of that joy that you've brought us this day back to you and make your day a little more specialer. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. Let the dancers do their little bit here. They've been practicing all week. Left turn, clap. Right turn, clap, clap. It's looking good, Fire Girl. Looking good. I like the new routine. High kicks are coming up. Cartwheels from Heather Lay. Looks impressive. Denny's stock is down 40% year to date. Just a coincidence. Could not be the free pancakes that we've been telling them they give away. Court, it might be just what you're looking for. Congratulations in advance, by the way. Drum solo is coming up. Everyone can participate on this, wherever you are, even if you're in your car. Here we go. Okay, everyone grab your air drum set, your air drum sticks like this. Sit down your air drum set and be ready to do the drum solo thing. You ready? Beautiful. Beautiful. Big finish. That was amazing. That was amazing. All right. Ladies, you nailed it. First try. Happy birthday. Help yourself to Tammy Dunlap, famous pancakes. All right. So we are just a few minutes away from court beginning, and we will bring you to court as soon as that is available for us. Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe is still up on the stand. We have to go over a little bit how the day ended, because Jen McCabe was not the last thing we saw in trial. Jen McCabe actually about 3:55 p.m., so 5 minutes before the judge wants to be out of there, because she likes to go home at 4, which is great because I got a thing on Friday at 5. So just minutes before 4, the judge kicks him out, says, Mr. Brennan, stop. Come back tomorrow, Jen. And then she says, shut the door. Close the door. Nobody leaves because I've got questions. And she says, Mr. Brennan, I want you to take a minute and speak to your motion, because Mr. Brennan had filed a lot of motions right at the beginning of trial, particularly. One of which was to prevent ARCA from bringing in any new testimony beyond what they had said last time. And Mr. Brennan says, I'd be happy to. He gets up. She says, be brief. Try to take 10 minutes or less. 28 months. Oh, gee. That is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for your support, 7. That is amazing. Amazing. So Mr. Brennan, he does get up and he does start speaking. But instead of just speaking to the motion, he says, I've amended my motion And he says, I believe that because of all the reasons, and he lists everything that he saw that was wrong in ARCA and in defense in relation to ARCA from that hearing we had the night, the night before. Because of everything that came up, because of deleted messages, because of Signal, because of ARCA sending their responses to the defense instead of straight to the court, because of, and he listed everything. Because of the lateness of the report, because the defense dragged their feet, and they could have chosen any expert, but they waited for this one, knowing that would be a problem. Because of that, I would ask the court, he says, to throw out all new opinions of ARCA, which we haven't got yet, though. They won't come in until, Monday. Or May 7th is when it's going to be. And also, all original opinions. He literally asked for ARCA to be kicked off the case. And that was a big ask. That was huge, and it would be detrimental to the state. Then the judge looks at Mr. Alessi and says, Mr. Alessi, you're going to speak to this, but I only have one question for you to answer. How do I reconcile you guys, she didn't say anything about ARCA. How do I reconcile the defense team deleting 100 messages in light of this rule, which is the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15, which says you have to keep everything for 10 years. And she's like, yeah, let me go to the podium. And she's like, no, stand right there and answer and make it quick. And he says, well, it's easy, Judge. That doesn't apply and you have no jurisdiction. And she's like, you got me. And she's like, stop. Don't argue anymore because you win this one. And then she makes her ruling. And sure enough, everything's coming in from ARCA. Everything. The only thing that the prosecution won out of this is the right to make a very robust cross, which means ARCA, buckle up. Because this is the first time we have heard from the judge that she verbally has given permission for the prosecution to really go after somebody. And it's possible that we have not seen the best that Mr. Brennan has to bring. And we won't see that till ARCA. So that's going to be impressive. That is a day you do not want to miss for sure. Because he may be able to go into all these issues with Signal and everything else in front of the jury, which introduces some doubt. I mean, why did you guys use Signal to communicate when you hadn't used it ever before? And then you did, and those messages are gone. That might be something that the jury gets to hear about. Let's see. Dizzy Grenade, member for 13 months. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dizzy Grenade. Congratulations. Over the year mark. The reason is the judge made the right decision. She showed her hands. She showed her true colors in doing it. But she made the right decision. If she had struck that down and kept ARCA out, that would have violated Miss Reed's right to a fair trial, to put on a defense. And she knows it. And it was incredible. I was surprised at how that went down. It was an amazing moment that I want to relive a couple times. Brennan has to be careful because Dr. Wolf is extremely likable. Hey, Libby, I think you're right here. Dr. Wolf has the ability to be likable under pressure. And the fact that he doesn't have a dog in this fight makes him almost like this. There's stuff going on in this courtroom I don't care about. I'm just here to tell you about science and do it with a smile and tell you that I get to shoot cannons for a job. And he does it, and it shows his dimple, and he winks at the jury. And not really, but it comes across as just like, wow, what a fun job. First of all, what a nice guy, and why would I not believe him? So, anyway, just an amazing, yeah, Mr. Brennan calls it a potato cannon. I think it was a little higher tech than that. But it's going to be an amazing day when they testify. Now that's not going to come until the second part of the trial. Well, phase 2 of part 1, where the defense gets to put on their witnesses. The ARCA has not been called by the prosecution. Heaven forbid. No. That has not happened. ARCA is only coming in as a defense witness, which means that when defense call him, they can't lead him through anything. They will be on direct, and Mr. Brennan can lead in all his questions, which allows him to really steer the conversation to areas that people are trying to avoid a little bit. So, good stuff. Let's see. I doubt Brennan would be that intense in front of a jury unless the witness was hostile. I think he has to be here. I think he does not have a choice. His hands are tied. He cannot sit back and let ARCA present what they're going to present without a serious challenge. And he doesn't have much to challenge them on, because when it comes to physics, it's like yelling at your math teacher that you don't like multiplication tables. It doesn't change the multiplication tables. You can hate your math teacher, but the underlying multiplication tables are correct, and they're trying to teach you something that's true. It's very hard to argue with the physics when you have a very well put together test. Yesterday we heard a little bit from Mr. Whiffen about some tests he did, some scientific tests, which were not extremely scientific, where he tried to do some tests. We realized, he explained that these tests were not meant to replicate the actual scenario the phone was in, as far as it getting cold and battery temperature dropping. But they were presented alongside the data of the phone getting cold and the battery dropping. And the discrepancy between the tests and the actual data on the phone leaves questions. And we're just supposed to, I guess from the prosecution standpoint, we're just supposed to accept that it was different because the scenario was different. And thus it is. I would like to see a test where it's actually mirrored. And the thing is, the prosecution could have done this, right? I mean, I know it sounds gross or something, but a pig corpse in a freezer, a freshly slaughtered pig in a freezer. There are ways to do this where you could mimic a situation with enough similarities to say, and this is how it happened, and this is exactly what we see. But I don't know. Pig using dead animals in trials is probably not the best look. A lot of people would object to that. I would not, as long as I got the bacon. I mean, that's where I lie. I mean, you see how weak I am in that area. Is ARCA allowed to say FBI? Last time they were not, but I'm not sure if that was a restriction on them from the FBI or if that was a restriction from court. So, bacon. Yes. Now everyone's thinking about food. It's a little early, but we've got food in there. We always do at some point. Whiffen says test demonstrates that data is recorded, so just take it as that. That's Whiffen's story on that side. It seems interesting that he did a couple different tests in this area, but didn't try to at least closely replicate the scenario that the state is saying happened. John's body wouldn't have remained warm; it would have started cooling as soon as he passed ambient temp. I agree, but I think in freezing weather with a 90 degree, 89 degree body, over 5 hours, I think it probably could be replicated pretty closely. Is it too early for popcorn? Says Susie. Never. Let's see. Turkey and bacon sandwich every morning for breakfast. Yeah. Mom P. Texan, you're right. He did not know the right temperature. He didn't try to replicate it, is the point. Which, to me, it weakens their argument a little bit, because he's basically trying to prove that the phone measures the battery temperature. That's all. And that if the phone gets colder, The battery temperature goes up and down. We're looking at a log of the phone battery temperature. I think most people would just safely assume that it's actually measuring the battery temperature. So I don't know what his tests did, what they gained, other than that you can in fact freeze a phone in the freezer and it will know it's being frozen. That's it. All right. Nothing like it. You're correct. That's the one factor that they did not incorporate in, along with the actual temperature and a few other things. Let's see. Recovery Addict. It's only over 5 hours if you believe the prosecution's timeline. At 3:30 a.m., the snowplow driver did his second pass and did see a body. Did see a car though. I think he said didn't see a body. I like the snowplow driver. I would not bet my, $1 of mine and all of your money on whether or not he was going to observe something in someone's yard as he's driving by. I would not. That's not what he's there doing. He's not searching yards for bodies. He's plowing the road and looking for obstacles and making sure there's, no animals or something running around on the road and making sure he stays between the lanes. He's not on body watch. Did not see a body. Also, the lack of evidence. What is it? Is this the right saying? The lack of evidence is not evidence. The fact that he didn't see it does not mean it was not there. I think that's the point. Anyway, we're going to get some testimony, and I hope to hear some great testimony from him. I think he's a great and honest and truthful person. That's what I got from trial 1. I think we'll get that same thing in round 2. And there's some interesting things about the fact that the state found him and the defense found him and the prosecution couldn't, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Morning, I'll use my excuse of pipe leak in the kitchen, feeling under the weather, and I just don't want to go into the office as my excuse to work from home. That's used up all 3. What if you want to stay home tomorrow too? I would have said pipe leaking one day, and then feeling under the weather the next. It would get you a little more time. Snow is actually a good insulator. It is. I've slept in snow igloos. So even if there's a body on top of the phone, snow accumulation would also impact the temperature change over time. It is a great insulator. As a matter of fact, if you want to stay warm in the winter, this is the reverse. This is an interesting thing. If you want to stay warm in the winter and camping, generally it's better just to sleep on snow than on frozen ground. But I don't know if the ground itself was frozen at this point. So I don't know if the ground was colder than the air. Makes me think. Lucky, the plow driver, yes. All right, Lady Draconis, good to have you here. Welcome. Dash cam of the cop car pulling up. How did KR see the body in that nasty weather from the back seat nonetheless? Not buying it, says Kelly H. She was looking, and she was looking in the right spot. And maybe if the snowplow driver was looking in the right spot, he would have, and maybe he wouldn't. I don't know. He testified if there was a body in the yard, he would have seen it. He scans the sides. But if there was a body completely covered in snow, would you have seen it? Would it have been covered in snow at 3:30? 3 hours in? It's white on white. How far away was the body from the road? We did this measurement last... We might do that today. I'll see if I can pull up Google Earth and we'll do some measurements based on where they say his body was located, based on the best guess from the dash cam of the police car that pulled up and the accounts of the individuals who were on the scene. We might do that. Let's see. I did not see anything about texting yesterday about Turtle Boy or Kerry Roberts. I want to know how Jen spread frozen peanut butter. Okay,
6, 8, 11. 6, 8, 10.
Now opening AC.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right.
Surprise.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday? You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to his case of what Ms. Reed said at her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of the party opponent and the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay is hearsay. If you want to get the clips in and do so, I would go the direction to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test. But it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth, said at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and...
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is the clips not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why don't... Yes. Yes.
You are...
All right. So already we are... have a little bit of fireworks there this morning as Mr. Brennan looks like he's bringing in a statement through Jen McCabe that, or through Jen, that she talked to John O'Keefe and said that the house you're trying to get to, our house, is near Bella's mom's house. Bella's mom was mentioned as a possible love interest of Mr. O'Keefe previously. He's bringing this in so that he could, and the judge said, I understand you're going to eventually circle around to this. He's bringing this in so that maybe just in closing, he could suggest that Karen Reed got upset when Bella's mom's house was mentioned, knowing or wondering, why would you know where Bella's mom's house is? Is that the what you got from that? Let's see. Suggesting Karen was jealous, right? Yesterday in the stand, Jen said she wondered if Karen left John at the waterfall, giving directions to John contradicts that. I thought she said Karen said I left him at the waterfall. And Jen said, or Carrie, I think we heard through Carrie that Jen said, I saw you drop him off at the house or something like that. Is he trying to add things or misdirect this? Why make this such a big thing? He's put in pieces together, the breadcrumbs together, that he says goes to motive, why Karen would be mad at John in that moment. And bringing up a prior relationship, I guess he sees that as enough motive. My little family, do we think Karen is guilty or not? I think she is innocent unless proven guilty. And I don't think she's been proven guilty yet. Here we go.
Hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cadoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Ms. McCabe is still on direct. We do anticipate probably about an hour or so of direct, is my guess this morning. And probably prior to lunch, we'll switch to cross.
Good morning. Follow me, please.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks.
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
You see a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken, missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
That was leading, and he knows it.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off.
I told you that was entirely
You had brought us to
intentional.
Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to... Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
45. Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for yes, I need someone to come to Third Kid, Fairview Road, Kid, Mass, the man passed out in the snow. You can't hold on, but you can't get snow, okay? Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Yes, the house address is on. I can keep going, like, you guys that area in 50, okay? I'm going to try to set on, because it's 10. Okay. I know. Where's the market? I don't think like the parents. 911, what's your emergency? I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass. What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. In the snow? 34? Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up behind it. Okay, 34 Fairview? 34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes. 911 is under order. Where's your emergency? No. Hello? Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston? 34 Fairview? Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow. Okay. What else? He's got to get here, okay? Okay. What's going on? Is he face down? We just flipped him over. Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related? That's his girlfriend. His name is John O'Keefe. Okay, how old is he? John is 46 years old. 46? How long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Terry? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to body heat and they're hysterical. Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. I just got to know. Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing. Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR? Yes, you guys do CPR. No, I guess he's gone. Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so? No, I think he's passed away. Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside? I'm right up front of the car. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him. You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved? He had been out. They've been out drinking? Yes, I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how long he's been in the snow. Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head out? Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face. Okay, bleeding from the face? All right. Yes. And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any? Something's coming out the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR. Okay, one of them is doing CPR? Yes, they're both working on him. All right, if she's doing CPR, CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way. Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible, to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side, but then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you call 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister, and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John, and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground, and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happened?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT, so the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead, is he dead, is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset, and one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling, and I think they were just trying to, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over, and then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis, so when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
All right, as they go to sidebar, it's a little bit off here. There we go. It's a little delayed. Trying to sync the two up. All right. Interesting testimony. I would ask everyone to please remember, let's be respectful to everybody in court. Witnesses, lawyers, judges, defendant, all of them. Let's see. let's cut the name calling out. I think that would help a ton.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go, and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs, yes.
And upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation, do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57. Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
And it fades to black. Fast forwarding.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please? Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Miss Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Okay. Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please.
Okay, now we're starting at 619 now.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please? Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please. At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:20, 6:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's, at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Yo, Mama, congratulations on 24 months. Thank you so much. Skygirl, thank you very much for the super chat.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it, yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
Becca, congratulations on 5 months. Dizzy Grenade, member for 13 months. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lank said that I needed to, one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
when my husband Matt had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong... I think deep down I knew that John was gone, but you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope, maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke. Yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout, when I was still at Fairview, or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes. Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group, or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that was still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Lady Z,
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home, or
A
after?
quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after, approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
Our defense table
on
camera
Sunday,
is about 7
I did,
seconds
yes.
slow.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
Newspaper
No.
boy.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Kerry's daughter?
Kerry's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Kerry's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Kerry's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
Okay. When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Okay. Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline, so Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it, and so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain description. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot. Or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection. Ask a different thing.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can introduce this as an exhibit.
Okay. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it at sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. Moving in and did it, I do have objection.
Okay, I'll see the temper.
Okay, I'm going to try to fix this. Our defense cam is 7 seconds slow. So we're gonna try to fix that here in just a second. If you give me just a minute. You guys want to count with me? Do you want to do that? It goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. All right, so now we might be much closer to synced up. That will make a little more sense as we're watching everything. Everyone's counting. Thank you. Hank's in the back corner. I could show him a little bit, but it's sort of cut off. There's Hank. See in the back corner, top left corner of the screen.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Buckle up, guys. This is going to be spicy. Still a couple seconds off. Sorry. Thought I had it counted right, but...
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters, I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
right,
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So, for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss Reed?
Any conversations. Just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, She's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably,
Got a siren.
by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a huge
talking
part of
about-
our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case, so I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
Maybe. I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally. Okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the third meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting,
Right.
I would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin perhaps, Mr. Nelson perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation.
The judge
That
says,
was for a
"Don't
very
say the
specific
quiet part out
purpose.
loud."
I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
A paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't. He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform.
Mm-hmm.
How you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end? I object.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way, did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there wasn't.
Anything like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at, 34 Fairview, that you arrived at, where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
okay.
yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not 100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by a nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened name for Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks?
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together?
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney is best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I stop you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Judge doesn't like what's happening right now. I'm not sure why. It's a little, well, probably break time is what we're going to end up with right here. But a couple people wanted me to go back and talk about a little clip that happened. Let's see if I can get this point. Okay. Right when Jen McCabe was asked about her praying, there was something whispered, and I'm going to see if I can crank it up and hear what that was here. Just one second. It was this part right here.
I'm not.
Let's listen to that one more time. See if I can crank the volume a little bit more. Okay, here we go. Sorry, just about blew your eardrums off. I couldn't tell what it was saying. I listened over and over. It's almost half of it something. I don't know. But something was whispered under her breath. I can't tell if it was even Jen McCabe. It might have been the judge who whispered it. Guys, please be kind on the mods. If you are telling the mods what to do or telling us who to ban, you're probably going to be banned as well, because that adds to the problem. If you get timed out, if it's your first one, it's probably going to be pretty short, maybe 5 minutes or so. If it happens again, you might spend the day in the quiet corner. The mods are working their best on chat. So just do what you can. And I'm trying to mute my kids as they're drilling the wall next to me. All right. Please be respectful. Anything that's a name calling is going to get you get the comment deleted. If you keep doing it, it might put you in the timeout in the naughty corner for the day. Okay. We're here for court. We love watching court. We like watching the lawyering that's going on from both sides. We like hearing the witness and hearing the testimony, comparing it to what we know and have heard before. Let's focus on that. And there's our break.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way. Please leave your notebooks on the chairs.
All right, so as they go to break and we get the only fan, we will talk a little bit about what happened right now. First of all, Miss Chris, 23 months at the gallery, and OG, thank you very much. Also, right before that, we had Chris Wallace, almost 2 years, 22 months as well. Thank you both for your support. You guys are amazing, amazing, amazing. AOL podcast member for 13 months. You've been here longer, I think, though. Says, all right, it was her answer, then the whisper. Her answer comes right after the whisper. And it gets really loud, so I have to stop it before she starts answering, saying I can't remember based on this video. Want a lawful law lawyering in court is what we want. Everyone take a deep breath, maybe do a little yoga. AJ is ramping up. I will say Jen McCabe is holding her own. She's doing very well under cross-examination so far. But also, AJ is just beginning to lay the foundation to get her to say certain things, and then he'll come back and circle and say, I thought you testified earlier too. That's his style. When he was asking about the preparation that she has done in getting ready for this case, particularly with the prosecution and all the different people who were there, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally, Mr. Buchanan, all that. He's asking tactics that are commonly used, that are often used in preparation, that lawyers are, will try. And apparently they were good. They were clean. They didn't do any of that. Chris H, cheers to the mods. Thank you very much, Chris. The mods are doing a great job today. Karen F, member for 20 months. You hit that OG status. Love to you and your family. Love my chat family here. I've been here from the beginning. Also, who's been here from the beginning? Cachette. What's the loyalty perks package here? I'm asking for a friend. 27 months, Cachette. Thank you. One of our great mods as well. We have Rebecca says, Recovery Addict and Buttercup will withhold all butter sugars if anyone can't play nice in the sandbox. Thank you. Is there a mod donation link? Don't tell them that. No, we don't have one currently. We don't, Legally Blonde. They deserve something extra for this trial. Other than my undying support and thanks, I don't know. I can't afford to pay them what they're worth, so we just don't pay them anything. What the whisper say? Did it make it out? I couldn't tell what it said. Something it. She whispers out loud the timeline to remind herself what happened. I couldn't make anything of it. I couldn't. Gail Pett, also a member for 26 months, says, me too, me too. Congratulations. Thank you, Gail Pett. Love it. Those pink courthouses look great. This case does crazy things to people. It does. It does. We can be better than that, though. So I appreciate all of your patience here. Gives the mods some of the green chili enchiladas. They were gone. I ate them all myself. They were delicious. Let's see. Melissa says, I wish I didn't know so much, but unfortunately I do, so I can't like her. It's all right. It's all right. Thank you for sharing your opinion that way. That's a respectful way to do it. Just for a comparison, saying you can come on here and you can say, I don't believe what she's saying. I think she's lying. I don't think she's being truthful. She's adding things. It appears to me she's adding things, or she's changed her testimony. That's all appropriate ways to comment about a witness. If you come on and she's like, she's a liar, she's evil, I hate her, that's probably less respectful, and those are the ones that are probably going to get timed out. So just go easy on the mods. Andrew C. gifted a membership, and it went to Phoenix Feather. Congratulations, Phoenix Feather. Thank you very much. She was telling the clerk her answer. That was after. That's when she talked about the trauma or the traumatizing. That was afterwards. The whispers. We heard that part. Gosh, it says, dang it, Tag, you beat me by 1 month. There's Tag right here. We take Twix breaks here. It's allowed. It's allowed. Tag, congratulations. 28 months, another OG. Speaking of OGs, Ruth Presley piling on as an OG. There you go, Ruth. Love it. Love your little pup's ears. That is just so cute. I don't know if Turtle Boy's hearing will be live. We weren't planning on streaming it, but it might be. Keep the fan on in the background so you guys... It keeps me cool in here, actually, is why I keep the fan on that screen. Let's see, Ruth, thank you very much. Mods are rocking today. They do every day. They are absolutely amazing. Absolutely incredible. Just wondering, maybe this has been brought up, but when weapon... Kathy, I want to hear the rest of your question. Looks like YouTube was anxious to hear it as well and just put it on the screen before you're done typing it. Tag says, I'm a full-blown toddler subscriber now. You're in your terrible twos. Great. Thank you. Wonderful. I can't wait. What is the longest trial you've covered? Daryl Brooks was pretty long. Murdaugh was pretty long. Murdaugh seemed terribly long. I don't know which one was longer. Those were some of the first ones we covered. Not sure. And Clutch here. Trucks driving by residential neighborhood using the Jake break outside. It's not good. Send a membership as well. Hope S, you are the lucky recipient. Kim says, my cruise is on Monday. I'm hoping to get on and do my 24-month OG shout-out on the 6th from the cruise deck by the pool. Kim sent pictures, and why didn't you take us along? Let's see. I do recognize that our community is incredible. If you just stumbled on this one, this is probably one of the best places to watch true crime. But realize there are a lot of people who just stumbled on this because they saw Karen Reed hearing was live, and they might be commenting like they do on some other channels. We ask you to be a little better here. We expect that a little better. So when someone comes in and makes a comment that might be, perfectly normal on a different channel that allows a little more arguing and fighting between people, that's not us. Okay, let's give them a chance to say, hey, welcome. We want your opinion. We want to hear your insights. We want to learn from it. We want to listen and learn, but let's do it respectfully. It takes a little bit of time, but people that join often find that they like this format better than the other one. Roro sent 5 memberships. Roro, thank you very much. That is super kind. Let's see. Turtle Boy's hearing might be interesting. Apparently, there are communications that are protected. Those might get released depending on Turtle Boy's outcome. Sorry, I've got a hiccup. We know that in this trial, hiccups are continuing. We know that in this trial, Turtle Boy wanted to get removed from the sequestration order and was, for the most part. And in that hearing, it was made clear by his lawyer that he would, if called to take the stand in this trial as a witness, plead the fifth, which, knowing that, the state cannot, in good faith, presume that they're going to call him. They can't. You can't put a witness on the stand knowing they're going to plead the fifth. And pleading the fifth, it's complicated, right? It's not an admission of guilt, but it's basically saying you can't make me admit to, and if I answered the questions, I would be admitting to. The reason why, that's why you can't have a juror up on the stand pleading the fifth in front of the jury, because now they have an assumption of guilt. They have an assumption of wrongdoing that's in their mind. So there may be things that come out. There may be things that are interesting. Elizabeth Spencer, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Welcome. You're one of us now. You can never leave. Just kidding. You're Yellow Courthouse. You've been here a while. Ooh, big super chat from Ivan. Says Bitcoin is doing great. Ivan donates based on how Bitcoin is doing, and it looks like we're over 95,000 right now, if I'm right. Cheryl, Ivan, thank you very much for your support. Cheryl Ann says, oh, look, 19 months. Yay me. Happy hump day, y'all. Cheryl, also an OG, even though your 19 months is just 1 month under that official status. Ari once promised to take us along on his vacation. I live streamed some of it. Does that count? And speaking of that vacation, Ivan might remember he made a donation for me to buy a fishing pole so that I would go fishing and live stream that, and that never happened. And I feel terrible about it, Ivan. I really do. Katie Russin says, I think Amber needs to call in and set the rules. Then I'll have her call my kids and do the same. She's mom goals. Amber for president. Thank you, Katie. She's great. She's wonderful. Great question, Candy Kiss. Is her testimony much different than last time? If so, what's different? I would say the biggest difference we're seeing in Jen McCabe is the delivery of her testimony. Not necessarily the content, although there's some subtle differences. Nothing that is glaring. There isn't like I'm now remembering it differently type moment. It's very consistent, but not verbatim. But that is an absolutely great question on that front. Let's see. Another one from Josh says, part of my mod pay for you are, thank you. You're donating back your mod pay. That is huge. Josh, from Italy, if I remember correctly. Josh, are you still on vacation in Italy right now? Doing the mod work from Italy. From Italy. The line is, what's my wife doing in Italy? But what's my mod doing in Italy is my version of that. Ever driving the ice and snow? If you punch the gas, tires spin. So tires spin at 25 miles per hour and car standing still. John, this is going to come into play specifically what you're talking about when we start hearing testimony about Karen's SUV, about how it accelerated and or didn't accelerate, because there are some measurements that SUV records that don't necessarily equate to it traveling at that speed. So, and by that I mean, in the right conditions, you can get in your car and floor it and have the car physically not moving, but the speedometer show you're doing 40 miles an hour. I don't recommend doing this, but I'm just saying that that's possible. All right, who's in charge of the internet right now? Was it Wolfie? I forget who has the internet. I don't remember. The W comes to mind in the name. My signal's weak and keeps buffering. Tag says, I found this super chat in my dryer. Thank you for donating it. It smells bounty fresh. That's wonderful. Got a call coming in right now. Let's see if we can bring it on while we're still on break. Not a spam call.
Call from Kathy B.
Kathy B. This is RA. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. My comment, for some reason, it sent before I finished it.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. But my question is during Whiffen's testimony, he was talking about the Google search at 627 and how when she Googled it, at 227, when she Googled it at 623, that's when it marked it at 627. But the Google search at 623 wasn't how long to die in cold. That one was the 624. The 623 was another misspelling of
how long to die
she died, or
kicked or something.
Yeah. So how does that hold water?
The second search, the timestamp. This is my understanding. The timestamp that was saved in that database, the tab database, was the time that tab was opened, and it was recorded. It was actually recorded at 10 something, was when it was entered, because that's when the tab was closed. But it recorded the time it was opened, the last search made on that tab, and saved it in the tab file. Does that make sense? It's really confusing. First of all, I don't know why the phone does what it does. And honestly, I think Mr. Whiffen doesn't know why the phone does what it does. He's, for lack of a better term, Cellbrite is hacker tools to try to hack into an iPhone. It's done without iPhone's permission. They don't have iPhone engineers, telling people what to do. They're literally trying to pry into it and try to figure out what the phone's doing. And on this one, they screwed up. I believe his story. Listening to it, it's what he told last time. The facts aren't much different, but I think he told it better this time, and it makes sense specifically because he did reenact that live on the stand with testimony that showed us that the phone records the time that the tab is opened, and when you close the tab, it records that time with whatever the last search was done on that tab. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, great question though. It's a great question.
It's just the two misspellings of the Google search at 623 and 624. Only one of them matches the not searched at 227.
Yeah, it only saves one, and there were a lot of searches done on that tab, the Hockamock Sports, and everything else, and none of that shows up. It only shows the last one.
Right.
Great question, though. Right. Thank you very much, and thanks for giving me the rest of the
questions. Thanks for clearing it up.
No problem. We'll see you. Thanks for the call. Bye. All right. I'm sorry. I'm falling behind just a teensy bit here. Let's see. As far as questions go, Cheryl Ann, congratulations. Katie Russin, thank you for that. Josh, Tag, wonderful. Bug Dugger says, hey, friends, first day I can really sit good to pop in chat. I'm glad you spelled pop right. Some people have spelled that wrong. I have missed you all. Things are going well, just slow. I'm a robot now due to all the new metal in the spine. Prayer and good health thoughts still needed. Thank you and love you. Bug Dugger, thank you for the update. I'm glad you're on the mend now, even though you're part cyborg. You should be able to type much faster now as mostly AI. So I look forward to your insights as we go forward. Let's see. Don't know about everyone else, but I loved pre-computer mobile days. Seems so much simpler then. It was very much simpler. All right. Terminator Bug. There you go. Bug Dugger has turned into Terminator. Don't make her mad, whatever you do. If someone was guilty using previously misinterpreted Cellbrite data, could they appeal? I would say yes, Nicola Moffat. 100%. If someone, and I don't know that this has happened, but if someone was convicted and the key bit of evidence that sealed the deal was the fact that there was a tab search with a timestamp that proves they were guilty.
Call from
I would say
Hit
yes.
and Run.
Hit and Run. Welcome. We've got just a few minutes before Judge comes back. What's on your mind?
It's really horrible up here. We just had a big storm, and I'm just letting you know, in Pittsburgh, they think that our power's going to be out 5 to 9 days.
Oh, no.
I'm watching you on my cell phone, and I couldn't miss court today, and I had to watch. So
that is
it's terrible. It's terrible.
I knew the Oklahoma area had some storms. I know Thomas, Weather Watch, our good podcast partner and mod here on the channel, was in a direct line of a tornado threat. His wife, kids took shelter last night. I didn't know.
That's what we did. We were huddling in the basement last night, and it knocked out the power in Pittsburgh. There's they think 700,000 to 900,000 people were without power. So it was bad.
They've got to get that done faster. They've got to have some crews from out of state or something. I realize most of the areas that have storms like this, North Carolina is one of them. We have impressive lineman crews that are ready to go at a moment's notice. They cost a fortune. I kid you not. They make really good money. It's very dangerous. It's hard work. But they should stage some crews from out of state and move in and help. That's dangerous. Okay? Either it's when it's cold or hot. It's dangerous to be without power. I wish you luck.
It's 50 degrees. It's 50 degrees, so it's not too bad. I want to let you go because I know court's coming back, but right. It's bad.
Well, stay safe. Stay safe. Thanks for letting us know.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
We'll
Bye.
Bye. Man, she has no power. I'm not laughing. She has no power, and she's using her phone battery to watch court. There's an addict right there. Please stay safe. Please stay safe. Take care of you. Let's see. Bug Dugger, you stay safe as well. Get healing. At least Thomas had a bathroom to huddle in, says Greenus. I don't have a downstairs bathroom yet. It's just have the upstairs one. I think it was a Drencho. A Dureco. I don't know what that is. It's like a nor'easterner, right? Katie Rustin says, I'm in Arkansas and the storm's on its way. Good thing we just installed a new generator. I'm looking at getting I have a generator. I'm very blessed. I have a generator. It can't power my whole house, but I can power my freezer either through propane or gasoline because it's a dual fuel generator. And it's portable. I have that. I'm looking at getting a little battery-powered small device that will power my Starlink because I need it on Friday at 5 p.m. So I just found out that the place that I volunteered Starlink so they can have internet for a little festival they're doing does not have power. So I have to bring my own power, and that should be able to power it for a few hours. One more call before the judge comes back.
Call from
Dwayne.
Dwayne, how are you doing? This is R.A.
Good. This is Dwayne Jr.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind, Dwayne?
I was calling because you have unused travel credit.
Yeah, I do. I should probably use those. Maybe go on a cruise. Do you have any options for me?
I have an Italy cruise.
Wow, I've actually got a good friend. You might know him. His name is Josh. He's over there right now.
Yeah, I know him.
You know him really well?
Yeah,
you guys
I
are
do.
close, like super close, like the same person.
Josh, yeah,
I recognize your voice.
He might be of mine. What's up?
How are you doing? How is Italy? You're calling from Italy.
Yeah, so I can't stay long because you're using my minutes.
Yeah, Josh, thank you for your dedication. Love the pictures you're posting. Oh my goodness, I'm not sharing them all, but Josh posts pictures that look like they were created by AI in some beautiful, fancy world that doesn't exist in real life, and that's where you are right now. Every day.
Okay, you weren't supposed to out who this was, but all right.
Okay, yeah. All right, bye. Josh is doing great, and all right. Thank you, Josh. He's in Italy, and he's still doing his mod work. He's having a great time. He's traveling around. He's been going to different sites and things. So when he has a minute. Because the time frame's different, right? So he just stays up all night and mods with us, and then during the day he goes on tour. and enjoys the sights. Who needs sleep, right? Who needs sleep? I got his. I also have his phone number. That helps. So, all right. Just a couple more minutes. I expect as we come back from break, I expect AJ to turn it up a little bit. But so far, he hasn't got anything. The closest he got was when Jen McCabe used the term story. She says, "That's my story." And she corrected it and said, "That's what happened. That's the fact." That's the closest he got as far as a misstep on her testimony, really. She hasn't given up any grounds where he can attack her on a meeting. If she had said, "Oh, yeah, Lally was taking notes," or Brennan was taking notes, that becomes a huge issue. Because those notes then become discovery, and so that's why he's fishing for that. He's pretty much sort of fleshed that out pretty well. There's not anything that rose to the surface that he can chase there. There are other areas where he can. He hasn't yet talked about any discrepancies in her testimony, and if there are any, trust me, he's going to talk about them. I'm sure Miss Little is very good at picking out the details that differ between the first time and this one. So. I imagine it's going to get a little more direct, and Miss McCabe has shifted a tiny bit. It's been subtle, but she's paying more attention, looking directly focusing at AJ, and then it's a glance at the jury and back at AJ. So she does feel under the gun. I would say she can feel that the pressure is coming, and she's wary of that. But honestly, she's doing a good job. She's doing a very good job on the stand, being questioned by AJ. Let's see. For those planning on flying anytime soon, be sure to get your Orwellian Federal Real ID passport. Will still work. It's just since I am flying it, Ivan, I just have to ask this. It's the driver's license with the star on it, right? It's the whole star belly sneeches thing. You need an ID with the star. And that works because I haven't had a passport since I went to England. When is the Kohberger trial? Look at August 11th or so is the date right now. And it looks like we're sticking with that one. Well, we have just a minute. I will remind you of a couple things coming up. Tomorrow we have the podcast on this channel, 8 p.m. Weather Watch myself. It's a nice, slowed down, fun environment where we don't talk much about court. So we call it the Not Relevant Podcast because it's not relevant to true crime usually, but we do have a lot of fun. It is live. We ask you all to come and hang out there. It would be a lot of fun if you did that. The easiest way to do that is click the subscribe button on this channel and click the notify me. And then when we go live 8 p.m. tomorrow night, you'll get notified if YouTube works right. Also on Saturday today, or this week, Saturday, I'll be doing a live stream. It's a Lego build live stream, and I can show you the Legos I'm going to be building. This is with Valhalla Awaits on his channel, but we're doing this set right here. It is a Lego City off-road police car chase, which is a new set that just came out this year. It says ages 6 and up, so it's a little over my expertise level, but there's 467 pieces, and I hope to get the entire thing done during the live stream. So that would be good. So join us with Valhalla Awaits. We did an interview with them before. They also follow court cases and comment and just have a little fun. And it's a very laid back interview. So Ari is building that to remind us how fun car chases used to be here. Red, the problem I get is every time I do a car chase, I get hit with copyright claims. And YouTube, and if I don't get hit with a copyright claim, YouTube hits it with demonetization. And I'd love to be able to jump to the car chases that happen because I love watching them. They are so much fun. But it's just a serious headache for the channel. All right. Ivan, did you tell me about the real ID? You're talking about stuff that's not relevant. I do that. I sell star stickers you can apply. And there you go. I just need a sticker. Little yellow star. I've had a star sticker for 6 years or so, I think, on my ID. Red says, well, I'm a serious headache for the channel, too. Red, you're not, and I still need to call you. I know you told me when to call, but I forgot, and then I didn't call. What would be the copyright about? Basically, the news channel that has the helicopter up in the air says, that's our footage. And we're going to strike your channel so that strike or claim your channel so that we get any revenue. And the way it works, it's not just the revenue that comes in while you're showing the police chase, it's the revenue for the day. So as much as I would love to do this just out of the goodness and the kindness of my heart and the love for the law, if there isn't some revenue, it's hard to pay the internet bill, and it's hard to pay the the bills for the house and things like that. So once, basically, if there's a car chase, it's saying it would be like going to work, and at the end of the day, your boss just saying, it's okay, no pay today. Like that. Thanks for the work, no pay today. And you can't get it back very easily. So it's YouTube headache stuff. Or his ghosting me. No, I'm just super busy with fixing the bathroom and everything. It's like pro bono time. Yeah, but you don't choose. Pro bono is like, yeah, I'll hear your case. I'll be your lawyer for free. That's awesome. I love that. But it's like, imagine someone else choosing that you get to be pro bono on the next case. That's not as fun. What's the name of the channel you're building Legos on? Corey, this is going to be a dual stream. So it'll be live on the Recovery Addict channel, and it will be live on Valhalla Awaits. Valhalla Awaits has amazing things like baby goats on his channel. He has a baby goat cam and things like that. Cool stuff, but he also follows the law. He follows court cases, very interested in a lot of the same cases we are. And it's always a fun interview with a lot of toys and frivolity involved as well. Set up a Venmo for car chase days. I have a Venmo. I just don't plug it very often. Let's see. The 45-year-old plus edition. Yes. It's been a long break. I think we've gone a little bit more than 20 minutes. Just checking the replay machine, so it'll tell me. Let's see. Let's go back to cut view. How long has our break been? Right now we're 2 hours in, and they started at. Yeah, it's been half an hour, 27 minutes or so. Is the sirens counter working? It is. It shows up when we do this. I'm actually going to fix it so it goes away when we switch views. For those that are curious, this is done by tying the downstream keyer 1 to the switch. So when I cut, it goes away, it comes back. There we go. Fixed it. Cool things you can do with a switcher. I want to see if my driver's license has a star on it, because I am flying this summer. Wait, is this still the same bathroom? Mrs. R.A. is a saint. She is. Yes, it's still the same bathroom. They're pulling electrical now. Like we pulled it yesterday. We had some problems. I had them undo it, and we re-pulled it today. Tellwater Troy says, thanks for the long break. I got breakfast. You can go back to court now. Thank you. I'll let the court know. That's probably what they were waiting for. So you talk while you build Legos. I could never do that. No multitask for me. Mostly I just build Legos. But yeah, that's the idea. Last time I tried to do a puzzle that had 2,600 pieces in it. I forget what it was. 48 times 48. That many pieces plus one. I did not get anywhere near done in time and had to bail on it. It was a mosaic of Valhalla Awaits channel logo with a goat on it. Did finish it and show him eventually, but you're supposed to call Matthew with any electrical issues. No issues yet. Just we had to have a little more slack in the line. they ran the whole line from like point to point to point to point, and we needed more slack so we could cut it and have switches and things. When do you have to have a real ID? Driver's license, is this for flying only? I think it is for flying only. Have you tried nanoblocks? My son has. I've not built anything since the last Lego build stream with Valhalla Awaits. Josh says, I need court to break for 45 more minutes. I'm headed to dinner. Josh, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss you, bud. I can't wait another 45 minutes. Lego singulars and plural in Scotland. Legos sound funny. Apparently, it's not Lego. It's like Lega or Lego. Apparently, I say it wrong. I've said that my whole life. Can't believe the kids are in the line. By kids, they're both adults. They're both over the age of 18. One of them has worked for a contractor. So it's not that bad. And they pulled all the wires for our Airbnb as well. Lego my ego. Right, I say it the same way. Longest 20 minutes ever, says Stacy. It is. The fan has been going this whole time. Amber needs a nap. Josh is going to lunch. Samantha, it looks like it's just you. Lego, like French. Oui, oui. In California, you can't enter government buildings like courthouses without a real. Are you serious? That's the first I've heard of that, if that's true. It's Lego. You say Lego, it's Lego. Have you ever considered having Joe from Good Logic on your stream during this trial? I think we've been on a stream briefly together. Not on each other's channel, but I think we were both popped in somewhere. It might have been with... I don't know if it was Melanie Little or... I don't know. I think we've met in the world of but we've never been on each other's channel. Maybe could have been Runkle. Could have been Runkle as well. Real ID is not needed if you have the almighty passport. Maybe I need to get a passport. Of course, if I get a passport, then suddenly I'm going to find needs to visit other countries, especially ones that have great metal detecting opportunities. It's true in PA, no entry into federal buildings without real ID. Stop talking about me like I'm not here. At least I'm pronouncing your name right. Just got a Winco near me. I know it's not the same as Costco. I live rural. Wincos, Genio, are amazing. We had one before we moved out here. We had one that moved in about a mile from our house. And I am a huge fan of bulk granola. Like buying granola by nearly the barrel. I love it. We eat so much granola, and they have so many great options. Winco's fantastic that way. Same with candy. I mean, candy and granola can't go wrong. California courts are open to public. No ID, said Georgia Culture. It's just federal buildings. This is what we're talking about. So enter federal buildings. That's specific. The RA Travel Channel. You know what? Guilty pleasure. Lately I've found a couple YouTubers who live stream their adventures involving sailing. And you might think this is a strange thing, but they sail like catamarans and sailboats and things, and they travel around the world. Sometimes they fix them up from hurricane damage. They find one that's flipped on the reef, and they rescue it and fix it up and go and sail around the world. It's pretty cool. I think it's amazingly ambitious, especially for someone who has a hard time even just remodeling his own bathroom. But I watch these things, and I get so seasick actually being out on the land. As soon as the land disappears, my tummy and my brain just cannot make sense of the ups and the downs. And when I went out deep sea fishing for the first time, it was terrible. I mean, I wanted it to end. I really did. It wasn't so bad that I couldn't film video of me chumming. but I wanted it to end. And it's amazing. As soon as land came back in sight, it was better. Just like that. It was the most incredible thing. Next time I will take Dramamine before the nausea sets in. Get your sea legs after a while. I hope to, but Mrs. R.A. is not a big fan of deep water. So I'd be like, I'd be stuck in the sound. That's what we'd have to do. Do you have a problem with your ears? Yes. Yes. I cannot do a somersault. You get seasick watching videos only if I'm up close to the screen. You have to drink alcohol. I used to be horrible with seasick. Alcohol, but I thought alcohol and seasickness are not a good mix. Effective May 7th for Real ID. All right. Going on a cruise versus deep sea fishing is night and day different. But you remember the videos of like the people in the cruise ship that are like the furniture is sliding back and forth across? I'm sure that's going to be mine. It's going to be mine. I swear by the seasick patch, Dramamine never works for me. I would love to go out and fish and actually, I mean, for what we spent, the group we went fishing with, I think we had 24 people or so in our group. The boat could have held 60. It cost close to $4,000 to charter the boat. But our Buffer Twitter. For that money, I would have liked to have caught more than one fish. Whoa. Something's happening in court. Trial has been an extended break. This coming from Jessica Machado, who is independent new media journalist in Massachusetts. On Twitter, Jessica Machado Show is her Twitter handle. She says, trial has been on an extended break. The families and counsel have been called back in, and then everyone on the second floor was told to move to the first floor.
Call from Angela.
Angela, we're just getting word that there's something going on at the courthouse. We're not sure exactly what.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Ted Daniel tweeted. That's what I was. I saw that you were not didn't get the news, so I was like, I'm gonna call and tell. Apparently, there is a private meeting between Reed family, O'Keefe family, prosecution, and defense, and the judge.
I'm wondering this probably. The families are meeting. This would have. This has to do with some sort of harassment, right? Do you think? I don't think it can be anything else. It's not like the families can get together and resolve the case here. This is a criminal case. They can't just a plea deal. No.
Okay, I know I am like functioning on 1 hour sleep and 8 hours of work. But what was that meeting last night on Zoom that judge was like, shush?
That's a great question. It sounded like the judge had made a ruling about something and they were instructing the witnesses not to talk about it. And that would be appropriate. You have to tell the witness not to bring this up.
But defense is aware of it.
Yeah, and they were okay with it. And they're like, yeah, don't talk about that. Which means they're on board. This is not something that they were trying to get in and the judge won't let them. This is something where they both sides agree this is not applicable to the jury, for this jury. It very much might be about this case, and it is, but not applicable to the jury. Whether it's probably something to do with a topic that's nearby, like the harassment, like Turtle Boy, something like that, whether or not it can be brought up in court or where the line was, is my guess.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but we I don't know if you read that newest Turtle Boy affidavit support that was affidavit that was filed in Turtle Boy's case, and that's some bombshells that are in regard.
It's alleging pay for testimony or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've read through part of it. I've reviewed a little bit. I'm going to leave it where it is until it becomes relevant in this case, until it comes up. The judge mentioned it, right?
I don't know.
I thought the judge yesterday mentioned it.
I have to be honest. I did not watch. Okay, I may have missed it then. Okay. Well, hopefully we will find out what was going on, and who knows? Maybe that the case is dropped.
I don't think it's likely.
Again, I'm functional on 1 hour sleep. Okay.
Yeah.
I am functional on 1 hour sleep. So I'm okay to fantasize.
Yeah, we'll give you a pass. I don't think it'll be dropped, but thanks for the insight and thanks for the information. I appreciate that, Angela. Get some sleep, though. Get some sleep.
No, not gonna happen before this day ends. Not.
In that case, get a Red Bull.
Bye.
All right, thanks a lot. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Angela's great. ARCA was paid. Yes, I think they're talking about somebody else in the affidavit. We're not going into that yet. We're not. It's extracurricular. It's outside stuff right now.
Call from
Mr. Ayden.
Ivan, how are you doing?
Well, I figured, I have a pretty good hit rate of, calling in and, holding things up because court's about to start. So I'm hoping, my trend of such will continue and maybe we'll jumpstart the trial. So what is going on?
Well, the 20-minute break turned into a longer one. And we do know there's a Turtle Boy hearing where he is facing charges of harassing a witness, things like that. That is happening sort of at the same time. And we know that Paul is not here today. As a matter of fact, if I go back, let me see if I can see. I'll see if I can see where he would be.
These things are all related to the break being extended, you think?
It could be, especially because the families were brought in and told to meet. Oh, Paul is there in this one.
You talk about double booking a party. You're going to have both these trials at once? Like, holy smokes. But I suppose that's probably strategic to have his dealings going on at the same time as this, right? To keep him out of there? Or
I don't think it's strategic that way. Let me show you this brief view. This view from earlier in the day, you can see the bench where Paul would normally sit, where he's not there at that moment. Later in the day, he does. Just gonna zoom back a little bit. He's not there right there. He's been. This is the first day he's really been gone that I can think of, aside from I think some of the hearings he wasn't present for, but a trial day.
So what do you think he has to do with it? Like, what do you think?
If he's a witness in the other one, he'd be subpoenaed and have to appear and talk about that, and he may be for that. So
right on.
So maybe.
So I think Jen is. I don't know if she's got a PR team or hired a firm, but she's coming across much more palpable this time. She's not nearly as curt and abrasive or intense. Just as somebody who studies brunettes, extensively. For
why? Why is this, Ivan? No,
research purposes, data collection.
Research.
Usual.
Yeah, just.
But no, I just have noticed that she's not nearly as just overall intense. Even the shirt she's wearing is just more welcoming, and it's tough when you have a fantastic jawline. Sometimes you come across as abrasive and you don't mean to be, and it's not easy. But I feel like she's much more personable this time around.
She's doing very well. She is doing very well. She says that nobody from the defense team at least talked to her about it. She says that she's basically, her testimony so far is she hasn't talked to anyone about her testimony, which a lot of people say, I'm not buying that. It was such a big thing. How do you get down off the stand and just not mention it ever? to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, if she has internet connection or a smartphone, she saw the reaction to her, initial performance. Like, it was impossible to ignore. The same way that Karen Reed is obviously, was well aware of how she's come across in her interviews and the media she did, and it's just sometimes you can't be good at everything, right? And sometimes
looking at her as the jury does, who I've never seen her before, don't know her from, have no prior interactions with Jen McCabe at all. I would say she's doing a fantastic job as a witness. Her, even on cross-examination, her tone, you can tell that she's not agreeing with with the line of questioning, the direction that AJ is going, but it's still done in a respectful manner. It's very polite. There's apologies back and forth, even though they both do not like each other at all. They're still being very polite with each other. Sorry for something. I didn't mean to. Oh, no, it's fine. It's not, right? These two do not like each other at all, but they're handling this the right way, and it's not clouding the testimony in front of the jury as far as Jen's concerned, with any personal bias or dislike for the attorney that's questioning her. So I think she's doing a great job there. I do think that AJ can turn up the heat, but before he does that, he has to have a reason, right? He can't just attack her.
Just be,
the jury likes her,
like a bullet.
Right? At this moment, the jury likes her, and he can't just be like, you start yelling and just, isn't it true? You can't have the Perry Mason moment unless he can find something or an angle that's like, whoa, stop, wait, we were all with you until you said that.
Otherwise he's going to come across as some like hopped up jackrabbit. Otherwise, like, he needs to have a purpose for his, intensity rising, if that's what he's going to do, which obviously at some point he has to, because her testimony is amongst the most damning for Karen. So I would say at some point it's about to, the line will be crossed. It'll be. I think we'll know it when it happens. But so I'm looking at. I'm going to be down in your neck of the woods. Looks like the weekend of the 30th. It looks like
the Wolfpack.
May 30th.
Your sons might be playing ball for a North Carolina team.
Wolfpack. So, oh man, this turned out to be more stressful than I imagined. One of the biggest donors to the Wolfpack is their most famous alumni and most successful alumni, who just happens to be the richest person in North Carolina.
That's not me.
It's not me. It's not you. I double checked.
I'm nowhere on that list.
It's called the Godfather of AI, but he's Jim Goodnight. And so anyway, he's one of the big boosters, and so with the coach and everything else, but it looks like I'm going to be down there in Chapel Hill around the 30th of May. So
awesome.
Beware.
Awesome.
Beware.
Awesome. I hope it goes really well for you and your son, and I'd love to have him, play down here for one of our school teams. That would be amazing. So, because he's good.
Yeah.
We only want good players, so that's why we want all the best players here in North Carolina.
The RV is going to come rolling through and showing up on your lawn, so just keep those blinds peeled.
All right, sounds good, Ivan. We'll see you.
I love you guys.
All right, love you. Bye. All right. I'm putting the commas in here. 27,463,826 hours till break is over, says Jen Christie. It's been a long one. We're pushing 50 minutes now. We don't know exactly. We're keeping an eye. Thanks for watching Twitter. A lot of our eyes in the courtroom that are live tweeting this are where we're getting information from. Let's see. Latest on Karen Reed. Anyone know what's going on? I read the courtroom was cleared, says True Crime Junkie. There's a lot of speculation. Is she asking for a plea deal? I don't think there's any indication of that. The people involved, I just don't see it. Court TV says the break has been extended. Some people are saying, oh, it's the feds. They're calling to put a stop. I don't think that's happened either. All right, just looking. Something is going on. Let's see. WCVB's timeline says a court officer is telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor. It could be a threat. I mean, there's so many things that could happen. We have been in court before when the Murdaugh trial had some that sort of thing happen. So, but the court cleared except for attorneys. They're expendable. Luann? No, just kidding. Who was the snoring yesterday? I don't think anyone was snoring. I think Jen McCabe. We know she has MS. She might have some medical conditions that make breathing a little more audible, and that's I believe that's what it was. It seemed to coincide with her testimony. If that's the case, I wish her the best. Looks like we're coming back right now.
Counsel, sidebar, please.
For a sidebar, of course. Come back in time to look back at the fan. Looks like people are coming back. Courtroom is here. Paul is there. People are taking their seats, just coming in. Paul is not in his regular seat. Maybe he's asking people to shift. Taking a little musical chairs, sidebars over.
Yes, please.
Big sigh from the judge. We're counting that one. So we're underway again.
Oh, these?
I bet we don't hear anything that just happened. I bet we get no clarification, at least from the judge. Apparently a private meeting between the judge, defense, prosecutor, and both families. I did hear that, but looking to see if we get any indication as to what's happening. And the cameraman can't even focus on the only fan right now. He's too busy paying attention to what's going on in court. Paul O'Keefe went to the DA's office with Brennan. Both have left the office, and Brennan went upstairs via Sue NBC Boston. Paul was sitting where he could stare her down. She probably felt intimidated, and the judge asked him to move.
Jurors, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here? Paul?
Paul, Tori, different Paul. He did get moved. I wonder if there was something that was observable in court that we did not catch on the cameras.
Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you.
That's where
So
we
you've been interviewed
left off.
many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
That's the feds.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later
Because
that
she
same
glances
day,
at
you
the
did sit down
prosecution.
with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that.
On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
She's already fighting the answer. She doesn't want to go here.
They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Tahini Taylor,
They
thank
told you
very
that
much.
they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
And you told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continued to question you these law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
She knows where this is going. And I'm not 100% sure.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Brennan gives the shrug.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognized that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
AJ asks permission.
Sure. I want to direct your attention.
There's a lot of redacteds.
For court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. Page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those two paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
It's clear with the groundwork that AJ has laid here that he is going to point out an inconsistency or an untruth, a lie that she gave to these officers. I'm surprised he hasn't accidentally slipped and said agents. But she's developing the I don't remember. Remember when we talked about the cross-examnesia? It looks like that is starting to develop here. I think that will become a more prominent feature in the testimony going forward, that she does not recall certain details, but he will be able to drag them out of her through this process. She might be able to lessen the impact with how she accepts them or explains them. But this is the part that doesn't make her look good. The FBI typically doesn't refer to their individuals in law enforcement as officers. They use FBI agents.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency? About who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
right?
Come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And yes. Carrie Roberts.
Okay, yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter our town, she's...
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to explain. Okay. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if, in fact, they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her?
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted, but if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes, that was correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment, before your interview, was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you'd have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything. That's nothing more than that.
So
I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her, when, there'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question.
Not about an ice cream truck.
An argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
It's a no. Okay. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? Mm-hmm. And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. during that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others, in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I could explain,
let me ask it
will
a different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry.
Objection was to agents.
Agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Correct. Or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
Only one person can talk at a time.
You said the word no, correct?
She was finishing her answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first I thought they were selling something, then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone calls.
Your Honor. This is non-responsive.
So next question.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband...
Objection.
Sustained.
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you, and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we approach?
Next, yes.
May we approach? Jackson's going to say stop. You give them that reminder when I do it, but Brendan has been doing the exact same thing all along, leading the witness, and I'm on cross. That is a problem, I think, in my eyes. I think that's a problem. He's on cross. He can lead. And Brennan has been doing it every time. Brennan did it at the very beginning of this. What we knew he was going to ask her to testify. What was the question? He led right through and asked her, because he couldn't talk to her when she's on the stand before then. But the day began with Brennan doing that. Family's livid. Everyone is mad. Paul is moved. People are frustrated for sure. It looks like Paul is intentionally looking at a certain angle. I don't know why. The family's not happy. And I think it's more than just this line of questioning. The lady in green has a little something to say, I think. Hopefully, RA can answer why he's saying agent was so important. Well, agent means FBI. There are no law enforcement officers for state or federal, or for state or city. There would be agents. There would be officers. If you're IRS, FBI, CIA, then you get agents. Agent is the word reserved for law enforcement individuals at the federal level. And they weren't supposed to say feds. And so when they say agent, it infers federal.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just asking yes or no. You know
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers. Correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Johnson.
Matt said, who
Ms.
you spoken
McCabe,
to?
I want to draw your attention
And then you remembered.
To January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
my niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well?
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up?
Yes.
And Brian Albert showed up?
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening?
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay.
Is that right?
Never heard that before.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along?
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts?
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
but again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves, and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't know what the definition of drunk is. There's a Canton saying
see
for you. I'm sorry.
Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table, sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakitases and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar?
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table, so it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking, and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakitis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see the video.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands for
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really...
Playfully grabbing at each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt?
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point, in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that, I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video?
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakifis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together, yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, or maybe the Sun and the Marines. They might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I think Jen's nervous now, as anyone should be. Got under his skin a little bit with that line of questioning, with the line
Just take a look
to the
at
feds.
that photograph for just a quick second.
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph?
34 Fairview.
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
Thank you.
I think she is
If I
still
may.
doing really well.
What would be the next in order? Your Honor?
Exhibit F, right application.
Thank you.
Does look bad when she says, I had forgotten just moments before. I remembered I called 2 people, but I forgot about the other 5. And no, I wasn't lying when I said I didn't call anyone else. That doesn't look good.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
This is from standing at the corner, like
the front door that you entered.
Almost at the neighbor's house.
When you walked in the house.
In front of the edge of the neighbor's house.
Okay. That's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these 2 windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those 2 windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Never seen that before. She seems surprised. She's comfortable enough to walk in the house, but she's never seen that door.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night?
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room, so they were in there.
So the only 2 that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room?
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are, just kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay.
That's Brian Higgins' Jeep, we think.
Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snow plow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Objection.
Sustained.
Wow.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Oops.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case, correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come, yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
That's a sigh.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there, yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it, I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family. My sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And
questions like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? the family who are witnesses were they separated from each other by law enforcement?
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then he promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview?
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April.
April. Yes, yes.
2022?
Yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right?
it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
An anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for your
Mhm.
testimony?
Yes.
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
Yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So, in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog, yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a full-size German
It's
Shepherd.
a full size, yeah.
Bingo on Munchkin.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running, and chaos, relative chaos, bedlam as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview.
Yes,
Where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts screaming back at her?
Yes.
Shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct.
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. Yeah. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. Definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, if we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can't say she was barking.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that. Mm-hmm. Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, you didn't. No dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the dog.
Have you ever heard the Have you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert, anybody else, that dog was not good with strangers?
I object.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the morning of the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you.
Did Caitlin leave with the dog?
At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is opened and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
He's asking the judge there. The judge does not like showing things multiple times on the display.
And can you enhance that? Just a little bit?
Enhance and big in the
May I approach?
pixels.
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference. Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay. May I? Can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left,
yes,
is
straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
Okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly went, saw Miss Reed's car, and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message?
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
Nagel. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34th Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second, when you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night?
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m., sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sure I did. May I, Aaron?
Okay.
Take a look at that transcript, that column. Can you read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to yourself?
I'd like to be heard.
All right. why don't you
Sidebar.
continue?
Take the paper from her. Normally they take the paper from Brandon wants to be heard on this. I'd like to be heard as cue for a sidebar. It means I've got a speaking objection. Does it look like people are intentionally averting their eyes? And by people, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's family. Like they're intentionally averting their eyes and doing so in an obvious way. Something happened during that break, and it's possible. I've got a couple of people who sent me screenshots. The family was during a sidebar, I believe, was communicating with each other and doing so fairly openly, and that might have raised the ire of the defense, and they probably got the judge to instruct them to behave differently, and maybe even instructed Paul to be moved. I think that's what happened. All right, the screenshot was of a text message. Basically, the text message has a timestamp. The timestamp was sent. It might have been something to the effect of, hey, we just pulled up, send. That timestamp would be the time that the vehicle showed up. That way, she says, when I looked out the window or out the door and I saw the headlights and I knew whose vehicle it was, and they texted me, I can put 3 and 3 together and find out exactly when I looked out the door. And it's 12:23. Carrie made a face to AJ during Jen's testimony and wondered if the jury saw. She did as well. But I've seen her more make faces to Mr. Yannetti, which is the other way away from the jury, because AJ is sort of in back behind, and the jury would be straight across. If Karen was turned to her right and look over her right shoulder, that would be looking at the jury. AJ is in back of the room, so she has to turn on her chair, and you'll see her do that occasionally on this Karen cam. It was when AJ walked past her towards the sidebar. They're definitely looking. They're frustrated, and I can't blame them. Has he been told not to be making faces at the jurors or something? I don't know, because there's a definite change to his behavior right now. Different sidebar. I believe it. I wouldn't doubt for a second that Karen made that face. She's made several. See if I can get this synced up a little closer.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank
you. Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
Just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
She wants more.
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
Okay, so it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
It's just what we discussed. She says it's just what we discussed. It doesn't refresh my recollection. That's key. I think the judge is wrong in that ruling.
Take a look at the bottom of that page.
Because
that
it's like
refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
I'm guessing shake the 8-ball. Nope. Another no does not refresh. Body language would indicate that it's not refreshing recollection.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the time.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different.
Yeah.
Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
yes,
here.
Something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside?
When she walked out and then came back inside.
Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother, she came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm asking.
Not according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
okay.
It's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something,
Mhm.
right, they was struck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000-pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Lunchtime.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very much.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch in the recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and we'll see you up here in 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Lunch is ready.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Lunch is ready. Everyone's going to lunch. It's getting a little bit testy in there. We've got a little bit of pushing back and forth on this one. AJ pushing for an answer, and Jen holding her own. Honestly, I would say that that the image that she had when she first took the stand on direct examination, that has dropped a tiny bit. She's become more flustered at times. Acceptably so, not in a terrible way. There are some things that look bad that AJ has been able to bring out, specifically that she lied to the feds. That's bad. And with her saying it wasn't a lie because I just forgot and I remembered a minute later. Well, good on her that she called the feds back and told her, but it would be a lie. I mean, I don't know how you have to define it that way. She has also said that she doesn't know what drunk means, what the definition of drunk is. This is probably something that if we listen to this trial and listen to all the drinking that went on, that could be like a Canton slogan. Apparently, a lot of people didn't know what drunk is in this one. But as far as her testimony, I've got to give her credit. She's doing better than I thought she would do under under cross-examination by Mr. Jackson. All right, we have stretch time. It is lunchtime. She's been a good witness. She has so far. It's fairly consistent. I would say incredibly consistent. There are a few things that we've noticed where the first trial she was, I believe, aware of the timestamp, very aware, and this time she's like, I don't recall, no independent recollection of that. Time's passed, makes sense, but AJ is going to chase all of this down, and we'll see. Honestly, I do think that AJ is getting more frustrated than Jen is. So he's starting to show some of his frustration with the back and forth in the answers and what the perceived caginess. All right. With that said, lunchtime is here. This will continue. It's easier to watch out of my peripheral vision. Yeah, he needs to move on. The judge has stepped in a couple that I think she shouldn't have. I realize she is mindful that this witness is one of the witnesses that I believe has complained about harassment, and she's sensitive to that. Also, this is a witness that is not an expert. Amber's on the phone, so you guys better be behaving. Giving the mods free reign. So, Amber, how are you doing?
I'm present and accounted for. How are you?
Doing well.
Wonderful. I would like to take a moment to ask chat over the lunch break. Take a few deep breaths. Come back after lunch with a new refreshed opinion or refreshed attitude when it comes to chat. Seems everybody's getting a little frustrated in chat, and I think we all need to take a collective deep breath over lunch.
I'm not perfect at this. I am trying to set a good example. Let's not call names for starters. Standing up and saying she's a liar, we consider that a name. You can say, I don't believe her. That's fine. But just dial it back a little bit. There's a lot of this testimony that we want to watch together, and we want to talk about and have different opinions and discuss politely. Just don't call names. I'm not perfect at that. I've failed in the past, but that's the rule. That's what we're doing going forward. If you see somebody doing it, calling a name, being rude, being a little bit different than we typically allow on this channel, calling it out will get you pretty much the same punishment that they get. It just makes it worse because there's now two people in the conversation, and it explodes. So just don't do that. Make it easy on the mods. Timeouts happen, and I've deleted like 3 messages that were the wrong message. Sorry, guys. Chat was scrolling fast, and I deleted the wrong people. So please don't be offended if your text just disappears and you didn't say anything wrong. That's probably my mistake.
That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Amber.
I'm good now.
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Have a good lunch.
Absolutely.
All right. What time are they coming back? Oh, never mind. She hung up on me. What good are mods if they can't? No, just kidding. Amber, thank you. Let's see. I think we're looking at the time right now. It is 1 o'clock, 1:45, which means we're going to come back probably about 1:40. It gives us just a few minutes to get started with the new live stream. We will get a bit of a lunch break. New live stream is up. Right now, I'm just building the portal. Wait for it. Redirect. Okay. When we continue, AJ is going to continue the cross-examination. He is turning up the heat slowly. And I think if he can get to Jen McCabe and get her to either say something that's inconsistent or get to something that was inconsistent, that he'll present sort of like a new thing, even though it happened during the first trial. When he gets to that point, I think he's going to sort of give himself permission to ramp up a little bit and start cross-checking some of her answers. The judge has been very friendly prosecution-wise to the objections. Even a couple I think she shouldn't have sustained. That last one where she said, "This is just what we talked about. It didn't refresh my memory," meaning I heard that as I already know about this. This isn't new. The judge took that as my memory's not refreshed, thus we cannot carry this conversation any further. I think that was wrong of the judge in that case. I heard it differently, but the judge is definitely keeping a tight leash on AJ, and I think Mr. Brennan is well aware of that and is making objections as soon as he starts to turn things up a little bit, and that should continue. All right, that said, it's lunchtime. I'm not sure what you guys are planning to do for lunch, but I'm planning to eat something, and I hope it's tasty because I've been thinking about bacon all morning. I don't have any. Oh yeah, you feel free to share your opinions. Just let's not, as long as your opinion doesn't include calling somebody a name, okay? Because that just ramps up the conversation and it triggers the other person on the other side. Just realize that as strongly as you hold the opinion you hold, somebody is on the other side of this looking at the same evidence and seeing it a different way. Be as respectful to them as you would want them to be of you. Share your opinion in a way that can be insightful, that you can say, this is why I feel this way. This is what causes me to either discount her or believe her testimony. That's the best way to have the conversation. And if so, we can get through all of this and have a wonderful time doing it and be friends at the end of the day, which is the goal. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again in about 40 minutes, 35 minutes, 30 minutes now. About 1:40, we'll be back with part 2 of day 7 in the Karen Read trial number 2. And we will return with with Jennifer McCabe still on the stand facing cross-examination by Alan Jackson. It's going to be spicy. We know that's coming. It's version 2.7.2. Yes, what release is this? You guys have a good lunch. We'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.